Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its session. Good morning, honorable members, and welcome back. I trust that you've had a restful night. We continue today, and we're operating from the order paper amendment number 3. I trust that all members will have had the updated version that reflects the changes agreed to yesterday. So we will start today on page 3, and which is the second and third readings. With that said, I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move the bill entitled Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Amendment Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I will give some of the reasons and objectives of this, and also I will also, Mr. Speaker, crave your indulgence to refer to my notes. Mr. Speaker, as we know, this is not a new subject. This is essentially a matter that this Honorable House had worked on and considered in June 2020, when honorable members considered and passed Act number 14 of 2020, the Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Act 2020, which was assented to by His Excellency the Governor on 18 August 2020. The principal act provides for the establishment of the Gaming and Betting Control Commission for the purpose of regulating the gaming and betting sectors, which are both on a global and national level, vulnerable to infiltration by money launderers and terrorist financing. The Act presents strong barriers to these vulnerabilities because this is extremely important that we do ensure that we have strong barriers to these vulnerabilities. We are hereby today seeking to make some amendments to this piece of legislation because for some reason a few of the definitions in the version of the Act that was approved and put forward for assent do not fully capture what was discussed and what was intended. Mr. Speaker, it will not serve any useful purpose what went wrong or who got it wrong in terms of some areas that were missed out of the Act by error. This is a simple matter of adjusting some of the definitions so that they more accurately reflect what was intended, so that we can move forward with implementing the Act in full, which will contribute immensely to the economy of the Virgin Islands and the economic opportunities of our people. Mr. Speaker, members would observe in Clause 2 of the proposed amendment that there are 9 definitional elements for replacement. In all instances, the difference between the wording of the definition in the original legislation that was passed and what is stated in the amendment is the reference to by electronic means or via the internet. So you can see that what, for some reason, did not end up in the approved version of the Act last year was the phrase by electronic means or via the internet in the relevant definitions. The principal act is to be amended by repeating the definitions of the following is being updated to include computer machine. The definition of gaming machine is being internet or otherwise. Pool betting, the definition of pool betting is being, definition of sports betting is being updated to include whether by computer, electronic, or internet. In terms of the significance of the change, the significance of this phrase by electronic means or via the internet in these definitions is also a simple but important one. Gaming and betting in the modern framework as envisaged when we presented, debated, and passed the establishing legislation last year captures a range of games of chance and the methods for playing them. They are lottery tickets and scratch cards, as we have been accustomed to seeing from decades ago. But many of the recent and modern games use electronic devices which are connected via network and linked to servers, and this is even for the lotteries that are referred to in some markets as online lotteries and lotto. May I add that some of these electronic machines can also be used to process electronic payments of utility bills and to perform money transfers once the respective vendors make the appropriate arrangements among themselves to facilitate that according to the rules of Virgin Islands. But the use of the electronic systems and the internet connectivity is really a matter of the infrastructure to run the computer systems that receive, log, and record the wages, provide accounting and accountability, and provide security and transparency for the operator and the customers so that there is confidence in the operations and its integrity. So, as we bring forward this amendment, is really to make it clear that where the games are conducted using electronic means and via internet, that the transactions would be legal, legitimate, and totally enforceable in the law. Members will know that there are some scenarios, for instance, where questions would emerge whether contracts negotiated and entered into via electronic means are binding, etc. So this amendment is to make it clear that the kind of games envisaged would be permissible via electronic means and using the internet where necessary, and that the implied or actual agreements would be legally enforceable. The amendment also has what I would describe as a flip side effect in that while on one hand it makes clear what is permitted, it also makes clearer what is not permitted. So when you look at what the legislation will reflect after we make the amendments, it will be more clear that any gaming that is done within this jurisdiction that matches the definition set out in the original Act, if it is done using electronic and internet means, then it falls under the Act and must be regulated as such. And further, if anyone engages in gaming in the territory, including using electronic and internet means, then they must either be in compliance with the law or they are breaking the law. And honorable members will note that we have gone the extra length to make this further clear by reflecting this in the definition for bookmaker and promoter. This is no deviation from the original intent. Mr. Speaker, as I have already made clear, this amendment is not any deviation from our original intent when this House passed the gaming legislation last year. We are not trying to create any new games or any different aspect of this global industry beside what this House consented to in 2020. I want to be clear that this is not any backdoor attempt to introduce anything outside of what was discussed and approved last year. There are some types of gaming and betting that operates in other jurisdictions that are of concern to persons in the financial services sector and to regulators. I can assure all of our stakeholders and regulators, as I did last year, that our intention is not to go into those type of operations. Our intention is to stick to what this House approved, and this is reflected in the parent legislation and the amendment before us today. Because to go into those types of operation, the legislation would have to be different. It would have to use certain terms and definitions that I do not even want to introduce here, because I do not want someone picking up a word out of the Premier's mouth, stating a conversation around that word, and then saying that the BVI is discussing this and that. So I would not even go there. Those things are absent from this conversation because they are not part of this conversation. They are not in any way a part of what we are doing, and they are not under consideration. All we are doing today is adjusting the definitions to facilitate the infrastructure and methods for doing what was originally intended and to make sure that this is clear in the law. In terms of the economic benefits for the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, I must reiterate that a properly regulated gaming industry presents a wealth of economic opportunities for the Virgin Islands, for the Treasury, and for our residents and belongers. And our commitment remains to ensuring that our gaming industry will be strictly regulated, and I repeat, strictly regulated. Mr. Speaker, I will not repeat anything that was said last year when it comes to these benefits for the territory. I would simply remind all that we are seeking to regulate a practice that is already taking place in our shores. As we put the regulatory structures in place, we provide opportunities for entrepreneurship. We provide opportunities for people to establish gaming businesses with the electronic gaming as envisaged. Persons will be able to become outlets where these games can be accessed. These are economic opportunities. These businesses will require persons to fill a wide range of roles, from technicians for maintaining the machines and systems to hospitality and waiting staff. May I add that this will provide some incentive for more efficient and effective internet service. We always hear the argument around the demand and supply equation. Well, the demand side will go up, and therefore the supply side will need to step up. We also spoke last year about the demand for gaming from our foreign visitors, as well as the arrangements that we made for cruise ships to turn off the gaming machines when they are in the BVI and the BVI ports, and for them to stay in port longer hours so that the local online land gaming businesses can benefit from their presence in the BVI. Like the medical marijuana industry, the gaming industry is a massive global market. It is a market and an industry that has a lot of potential and benefits once regulated properly. It is an industry and market that the Virgin Islands can take a slice of. According to the Gaming Global Market Report 2021, the global gaming market is expected to grow from $465.76 billion in 2020 to $516.03 billion in 2021, at a compound annual growth rate CAGR of 10.8% and $674.7 billion in 2025 at a CAGR of 7%. Many economies experience a significant boost from casinos paying tax on their gross gaming revenue, GGR. Each country's gaming taxes and GGR system varies, but it's always a percentage of the net profit. In France, GGR can be as high as 83.5%. In gambling Mecca, Macau, it's much lower at 39%, and the UK falls in the middle at 50%. Russia, on the other hand, has 0% GGR. And may I add some further statistics to highlight the market potential? One, it is estimated that almost half of the UK population participates in gambling activities. The country's economy has grown significantly thanks in part to gambling. A quick look at the statistics in the UK indicate 47% of Brits have gambled in some way in the last 4 weeks. 30% of Brits have taken part in the National Lottery in 2019, making it the most popular type of gambling. On average, Brits spend £2.60 per week on gambling, totaling over £135.20 per year. The gambling industry was worth £14.3 billion in Great Britain in 2019, down from $14.5 billion in 6 months before. The industry collectively had 98,174 employees in 2019, down from 106,000 6 months before. The National Lottery contributed $1.6 billion to good causes in 2018 and 2019. So, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that the gaming industry in the Virgin Islands, properly regulated, presents a lot of opportunities for our people. It is a valuable opportunity to add to our offerings to tourist visitors and to significantly increase our earnings from tourism activities. Mr. Speaker, our people are asking for economic opportunities. They're asking for jobs, they want to work, and this is an opportunity to help them in that regard. We have been talking for decades about expanding the economy. This is a chance to do just that. This is an opportunity to contribute positively to the growth of the businesses in the Virgin Islands and to help us to broaden our economic base. It is an opportunity to add new economic streams so that we reduce our systemic risk from being too reliant on two economic drivers of tourism and financial services. Mr. Speaker, for too long there has been only talk. The people want action. They deserve action. Do let us act in their interests. The Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Amendment Act supports the introduction of legalized gaming and betting as a viable alternative revenue initiative, and further seeks to outline a robust framework to regulate such activities, inclusive of direct legal taxation and fees on proceeds. Both the Parent Act and this proposed amendment present strong barriers to undesirable activities such as money laundering and terrorist financing. There is no need for alarm where these issues are concerned. It is envisaged that from the new gaming industry, the appreciable growth in investment, employment, and economic activity in the territory can further bolster the BVI's reputation as a premier tourism center. It is further envisaged that this regulated industry will likely assist in funding the necessary agencies and other programs necessary in counteracting potential socioeconomic ills, thereby reducing this sole financial responsibility on central government. This will be sought through the establishment of a rehabilitation fund and a development fund which the Commission shall deposit 2.5% and 5% of revenue respectively. With these words, I ask honorable members to support this legislation and to support our Virgin Islands as we further intensify our efforts to diversify and expand the Virgin Islands economy for the growth and development, security and prosperity of our Virgin Islands and our people. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. With no member catching my eye, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this amendment to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I said yesterday that we cannot deny the challenges that we are currently experiencing due to COVID. And a lot of things that we promised that we would do, we were unable to do. However, it has presented opportunities. Mr. Speaker, this amendment here reflects that creativity in doing what is possible when one door is blocked and another one opens. Because we can do this stuff online. We know, Mr. Speaker, we must diversify our economy. And this is one of those ways here that we can do it safely, even in a COVID environment. So I must commend the Premier again for having the vision, the tenacity to bring this amendment to the House, and I fully support it with just those few words. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contributions. Floor remains open. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Corvin Malone.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to support these amendments, these few necessary amendments in bringing the bill to where it needs to be. We get up from time to time, and it should not be just about spending money, but how it is that we can stimulate the economy on initiatives that the entire House has passed. Mr. Speaker, and it is in that regard that I find it fitting to lend full support to what is being envisaged here, full support to the entire gamut of it, because we are, as I mentioned in the first initiative that we had, that when the history of this time is written, 2019 to 23, we would have had times like no other, including coming up with different initiatives aimed at spurring the economy, aimed at looking in terms of how we can have fundraising measures that are outside the box for us, although we are only catching up with the rest of the world. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that if we were to continue along the road of making sure that all these initiatives are world-class, monitored, transparent, accountable, then we would not have to fall prey to any illegal activities, any that which we ourselves, when we read about this years ago, or when others read about it years ago, we would not be the authors and makers of stuff that we would later be ashamed of. So I think whatever amendments are being made in light of having it more transparent, having it more accountable, and to gain the best. Like every law, when you try it for the first time, if you wait until it is 100% perfect, one guy says perfectly wrong. You have to change it as you go. You have to make sure that it adheres to all of the protocols for transparency and accountability. But doing nothing cannot be an option. So I support this, and I support the other measures that we have passed in 2020. 2020 was quite a year. And you can see, Mr. Speaker, from all of the second and third readings that we have here, that 2020 was quite a year, and so too is 2021 when it comes to initiatives and laws and bringing up to date all of the laws, acts, the regulations, and the policies that are required for for ourselves. This good audit of which we're now taking care of. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I fully support the measures.
I thank the Minister for Health for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rose to second this bill, and I just needed to lend my voice as well in full support. I know we were here last year where we passed the initial bill, and we're here for an amendment. And a very important component was missing, and we're here today to make those amendments. Mr. Speaker, as we speak about diversifying the economy, I think this online aspect of the bill is quite necessary as we continue to go through this COVID time. And Mr. Speaker, there's quite a lot of benefits in terms of the online gaming. And we know in many jurisdictions, I've traveled, I was in Europe sometime last year, and online gaming is a major part of their revenue. And even though that create a lot of jobs, and that is something that we need here in the territory. We speak about diversification quite some time, but I think this would be one of those bills that would add to the economy in terms of revenue generation. And Mr. Speaker, I needed to applaud the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Premier, for bringing this amendment. And for those betting enthusiasts, I know this would be quite a welcome amendment for them, where you continue to sit in the convenience of your own home, free entertainment, and it'll be more convenient. You would be able to even venture out and bet on various other sports and other activities. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is, like I mentioned, this is a very needed amendment. I applaud the team for bringing it forth or highlighting it. I just need to, make mention that we're hoping that the internet would be able to accommodate the number of persons that would be online in terms of the betting. So we take this in a holistic approach, and we know that TRC, they're doing their part to make sure that we have the reliable internet services as well. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I just needed to make my voice, or attach my voice to this in supporting this amendment. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contributions. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today and I rise to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, not to at all be confrontational, Mr. Speaker, but I rise to lend my voice because if I say nothing, Mr. Speaker, it would simply mean that I'm in agreement. And Mr. Speaker, just as the substantial bill, I was against the substantial bill. I just wish to, again, relay the points, or some of the points, Mr. Speaker, that came then, which are still relevant even now. Mr. Speaker, while I have some appreciation for the diversification of the economy, while I understand the importance of raising revenues and being able to offer something that has never been offered before, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind us that when this bill initially came forward or was being discussed, it was the thought that, one of the thoughts, Mr. Speaker, was that we would find a way to have the cruise ship passengers that would come to our shores and even those that would overnight not be given the ability to continue to operate their casinos while they're in BBI waters. Mr. Speaker, the challenge remains that the times continue to change. From 2018, if I'm not mistaken, then to 2020, when this bill was passed through this honorable House. And now we're looking at 2021, Mr. Speaker. Times continue to change. Situations continue to evolve. And the realities on the ground are more prevalent and are before our very eyes. Mr. Speaker, I wish to just put again on record the importance of not just looking at money or the ability to earn money, and not just looking at examples of who else is doing what or doing not, but also look at the potential consequences of the decisions that we would have made and now are seeking to, according to some of the speakers, strengthen the decision that was made. Mr. Speaker, from the social aspect, our territory is in a place that we are not seemingly paying attention to. Coming out of the hurricanes of 2017, Mr. Speaker, even as we look forward 4 years in 2021, the hardships that exist within our territory are very much real. The inability for persons, both businesses and families, to rebound and catch themselves and create a pathway forward. It's very much existent. And now the effects of this pandemic, COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, on our shores, the difficulties that it has presented, provided, and the challenges, including, Mr. Speaker, the loss of life, of souls, of our brothers and sisters, Mr. Speaker, that we would have laid to rest. Mr. Speaker, the social aspect, the challenges are in fact real. The difficulties that families are facing and continue to face, Mr. Speaker, in having to make decisions on whether they are going to provide school supplies for their children, pay their rent, buy groceries, and all the other responsibilities that they may have, Mr. Speaker, is a reality that is facing us here in this territory. And Mr. Speaker, when we just talk and look at what are quote-unquote the potential wins or gains from this gaming and betting legislation, Mr. Speaker, it may seem that all will be well. But Mr. Speaker, the reality for me is people are looking for a way out. And if we are not putting measures in place to deal with what will, I can't even say what will potentially, Mr. Speaker, because the examples are there. The USVI is right there, St. Martin is right next door, the United States, which we all frequent and go to, Mr. Speaker, is all there. The examples of how gambling, Mr. Speaker, affects persons who are willing to bet it all because they believe that they will win. Persons who are just looking for the opportunity because they believe that they will beat a system that is set up in a way that the house, quote unquote, always wins, Mr. Speaker. The challenge comes where we are dealing with situations, Mr. Speaker, from 2017. We are dealing with difficulties with people who have been out of work due to this pandemic and who have been unable to provide and see some ray of hope, Mr. Speaker, to their dismal situation. Those who will not be able to have that discipline and responsibility. Mr. Speaker, what do we do? With a parent or a young adult whose back is against the wall and they make a decision that they're going to put their last and gamble it, Mr. Speaker, with the hopes that when they win, it will be the cure-all to the problems and challenges that they are facing. Mr. Speaker, what is going to be the result of that individual who takes his rent money or her rent money with the hopes that they will beat the system? and then they don't. Mr. Speaker, the burden will then fall on our shoulders. Mr. Speaker, the question that I asked them, which I still haven't received the answer to, while I appreciate that the gaming legislation is part of the laws of this territory, Mr. Speaker, have we put anything in place from a social standpoint, Mr. Speaker, that will deal with the effects, the negative effects, the real effects, Mr. Speaker, of persons who would end up being homeless, of families which will be destroyed because of this behavior, Mr. Speaker, where persons will feel this is the way to get it done. Mr. Speaker, are we prepared? Since this legislation was passed in August 2020, and we are here now on the 23rd day of September 2021, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that the government can list any of the measures, steps, protocols, or procedures that they would have put in place to help deal with some of these real challenges that we know. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you go to the St. Martins and the Vegases of the world, the bright lights and the gambling areas, Mr. Speaker, you don't see the ones who have been adversely affected by it. You don't see them immediately, Mr. Speaker. But if you happen to just go a block over, Mr. Speaker, or when the lights are not on, Mr. Speaker, during the daytime, if you happen to take a stroll on those same streets, outside those same casinos, Mr. Speaker. I remember in 2007, Mr. Speaker, I took a trip for the first time to Las Vegas. And I was walking alongside on the strip, and a gentleman approached me, Mr. Speaker. This was not a gentleman, as we would say, that looked deplorable, but you could see he had been through some difficulty. So he didn't look homeless. And I engaged in a conversation after taking out a couple dollars out of my pocket to give him. And while in that little conversation, he says, you know, I came here for a weekend with some of my friends. And I have been here for the last 5 years. And then he went on to say, that before that he was a successful doctor. But it seems that he got carried away on a night having fun and engaged in gambling and betting that cost him not only his family, Mr. Speaker, but his practice and his life. Mr. Speaker, those are the realities that we are going to have to prepare for. Those are the realities, Mr. Speaker, that we know exist. While the revenues will come in, while the income will be able to come in, Mr. Speaker, while even buildings and schools and senior homes and all the programs that have been elaborated upon, while they will be built, Mr. Speaker, it will cost us something. And the question I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, is what do we have, or what have we put in place to deal with those realities, Mr. Speaker? Because while we concentrate on the upside of the money that will be received, Mr. Speaker, there is a very dark side to that same reality. And what will we do when that time comes? Mr. Speaker, it will also create an environment where you already have loan sharks. What will we have in place, Mr. Speaker, to deal and combat with the violence that will come as a result? Because, Mr. Speaker, there are those who can go and take a bet here, take a bet there, win, lose, some draw. But there are also those, Mr. Speaker, that, as you would say in sporting, can't take a loss. What happens, Mr. Speaker, when the violence and crime is put on the rise? Can we just point simply to how many schools we would have built? Can we ignore, Mr. Speaker, the families that would be destroyed? Can we continue to Mr. Speaker, assist in the deterioration of the family structure? For the aim of diversifying our economy? Mr. Speaker, I remember working in social services when I was the assessor to the youth court. I remember working alongside the social development department very closely. I remember having children in my mentorship program at that time, Project Lionheart. And outside of, Mr. Speaker, some of the trouble that those children were getting into that would bring them before the youth court, Mr. Speaker, I got to understand some of the root causes of why these children were acting out. Mr. Speaker, it was around 2010. This particular family that I was doing the interview for, Mr. Speaker, the young man at that time was 13 years old. And every time he would come to the program, Mr. Speaker, he would call for hunger. Call for hunger, Mr. Speaker. Every time he reached, he hungered. And in the interview, Mr. Speaker, doing the research, I realized, Mr. Speaker, that It wasn't that he was just hungry because he was raving. The young man was hungry because his parents couldn't afford to provide lunch for him on a daily basis, Mrs. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I became aware of situations and circumstances in 2013 from working alongside the Social Development Department where families here in this BVI, here on this island of Tortuga, would head down to Katsi, to head down to Parkwood Pond and be searching for food for their families. Mr. Speaker, 2013 to 2021 is a long way. I have not been involved within the youth court since being elected, Mr. Speaker, in 2015. But what I have done, Mr. Speaker, is maintain the relationships with the Social Development Department to understand the social ills that continue to affect us here in this territory that are seemingly, Mr. Speaker, being swept under the rug. Mr. Speaker, while I applaud the employees of the Social Development Department, while I applaud the efforts of the Family Support Network and all those who will contribute to those social programs to help families who are less fortunate, Mr. Speaker, the reality, Mr. Speaker, on this ground here in this territory, Mr. Speaker, is that we have some real dismal situations with families already existing, Mr. Speaker, with just the difficulties and challenges of normal life. So, Mr. Speaker, my question remains. What is or has been put in place because I understand, Mr. Speaker, even before this legislation came, they had containers of machines and slot machine ready to go. And I know what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker. I know what's going to happen. I know, I've been around government a little while to understand. What's going to happen is the green light is going to go. Things are going to seem like they're going well. We will hear the reports of how many businesses and how many employees, Mr. Speaker, have been hired and what it has done for the economy, Mr. Speaker, and the revenues. We will hear the numbers. We will hear those numbers. We will even hear us come back to here to make another amendment for something else. And very silently, if not at all, when we see Mr. So-and-so or Miss So-and-so on the street, the question then will be asked, what happened to he? What happened to she? Or what happened to them? They were looking so good, they were doing so good, but they were brushed on the side because we will start to measure, Mr. Speaker, what appears to be success against persons who would have not been able to be disciplined enough. And we take chances and choices and desire, Mr. Speaker, to be disciplined and know what you can do and can't do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but it is also our responsibility. Just like there is Alcoholics Anonymous, one of the commercials that I used to hear on the USVI radio stations is, do you have a problem with gambling? And it came out about 2 years after the hoopla in the USVI and their gaming systems and everything was, everybody was having fun. And then you hear these commercials as to, if you need help, call this number for counseling. Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility to raise revenue. It is our responsibility to diversify our economy. And it is also our responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the aspects, the social aspects that we know. Because whomever the research team was that worked to ensure that this legislation came into being, while they would have received some of the positive outcomes which have been promoted solely by the government who has brought this legislation, Mr. Speaker, I know they would also been presented with the negative aspects, Mr. Speaker, of gambling, gaming, and betting. Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility to take a holistic approach to ensure that while we will look at some of the successes and the positives, the reality is the ills as it relates to gambling, gaming, and betting will become very real. We will see it, we will feel it, and we will even taste it. And my plea and my push, Mr. Speaker, is while we focus on the things that are seemingly glittering and glamorous, we also pay attention and put measures in place, put systems in place, Mr. Speaker, that will deal and address with the social ills that we know will come out of this same industry. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this time.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contribution. Members, the floor remains open for debate on the Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Act. Territorial Member, the Honorable Shireen Deflex Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend support to the amendment. For many, many years, as far back as I can remember, Mr. Speaker, and while many might not believe me, I'm closer to Honorable Malone's age than most might think. So I know that I have seen a lot in my lifetime. I grew up partially in the USVI, where long before gambling and gaming and betting came to the USVI. So I know a thing or two about ills that can come from our quest to diversify our economy, as well as to create revenue, much needed revenue for the very programs that we might have needed 30, 40, 50 years ago, that we still need today. Should we make a decision to ban alcohol because there are ills? Mr. Speaker, I believe that everyone in the room has an addiction. Some might be afraid to admit it, and some might hide it. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that we cannot cut off our noses to spite our faces. If we don't act and do things to increase revenue, as well as to allow BVI landers to have the lives that we all dream of, we will continue rolling around in the bucket or the barrel, all of us as crabs. Mr. Speaker, I can remember many times. I grew up in the bar business and restaurant business. And I remember a story, it didn't happen at my family's place, but where a wife came in the middle of the night and snuck her husband up from that domino table. It happens, but we as a society have to all be our brothers and sisters keepers. We all have to be the village that raises the child. We have Powerball, Mega Millions, Palais, the USVI and Puerto Rico Lottery right here in the BVI. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there are persons who will come reach out to any one of the elected members for an assistance grant, and the next day I see them at the Palais stand. That is the reality that we are faced with, Mr. Speaker. So do we not move forward where we can create businesses from what the Gaming and Betting and Gambling Act will do? For our territory, there are so many spin-offs that can come from this particular industry. And so we cannot simply sit back, Mr. Speaker, and do nothing. We have to be innovative. We have to be creative. We have to ensure that we shore up our facilities and our programs that are there to help individuals. And persons turn to gambling and alcohol and other drugs or whatever for whatever reason. I go back to my days of college in the US Virgin Islands. I always saw this man on the street blowing a flute beautifully, but he was homeless for some time. And it had nothing to do with alcohol. It had nothing to do with gambling. His addiction was music, and he auditioned for one of the mega superstars to play in that band in the US and did not make that audition. And that sent him over the edge. There are lots of things that can send people over the edge. We, as a body, as a government, have to be there to be able to catch them. And Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, I will tell another story of many years ago. And it's not, a lot of people think that gambling is a man's sport, but there are a lot of women who gamble too. I think in this room, 3 women took a gamble. The numbers added up for us. For others, it might not have added up. But for all 13 of us in this room, it was a gamble we took, and that gamble, in the eyes of society and the law, was legal. Now what we're trying to do is to bring forward what has been practiced for decades in this territory and to put some regulation on it. I remember that lady gambled her car. She gambled her furniture. And then the next thing that she was going to do was to lose her house at the domino table, and somebody had to stop her. And that lady today was able to keep her property. But if we sit back, Mr. Speaker, and allow the territory to remain stagnant and not look at ways in which we can help to build our country and to sustain our country. Because I said it before, who is going to do that for us? We might be an overseas territory of the United Kingdom. How many vaccines we got? And maybe $1 million in other assistance for the last 2 years, while our neighbors to the west, I'm not so good at that direction, have been able to get help to a tune of over $1 billion. And it's not all about money, Mr. Speaker, but at the end of the day, we must realize that money makes the world go around. And for us to sit in here or stand in here and do absolutely nothing to assist us in this territory. I go to Miami a lot, and one of the things that I am so pleased, I buy the lotto whenever I go to Miami. Won't tell a lie. And Mr. Speaker, their system is set up in such a way where the majority of their profits go to education. We're here carrying on about Jas Van Dyke School needs to fix, Brigado Flax needs to fix, Elmore Stout High School needs to fix. This can help us to do just that. Do you realize how many millions of dollars are going out of the BVI? Because we don't have this very same Virgin Islands gaming and betting control here for us to be able to keep those millions and millions of dollars that people are spending playing the Palais. And if you don't know what the Palais is, it's the Dominican Republic Lottery. Right on Virgin Gorda, you have about 5 or 6 booths. I drove by day before yesterday, and I saw a little foundation going up. And I said to my husband, well, I wonder what that is. And I being a little nosy, which I'm usually not, I called the property owner and I said, what are you building over there? It's a booth for Palais, another one. So on a tiny little 8.5 square mile island like Virgin Gorda, we have almost 10 of them Palais booths. In somebody's supermarket, they selling Palais. Why can't that be for us as a government to collect, to do the things that we need to do in this territory? So, Mr. Speaker, I will stop there for now. And I will again say that I support this amendment, and we need to move forward and not be stagnant and cut out the crab in a barrel mentality that I think we have in the territories. Too much of it. It is too much of it. If it's a good idea, it's a good idea. let's all work together to ensure that we build on it, to ensure that we fix something that might be wrong, whether it's with this bill or with any other bill. But a good idea is a good idea, Mr. Speaker, and at the end of the day, it is not about any one of us in this room. It is about this country. And you notice that I keep saying country because territory is when somebody has owned you. And that might be so for now, but I don't believe that we will be in that position for very much longer. So we need to put things in place, Mr. Speaker, to be able to support and sustain ourselves, which we have been doing for decades. Don't let anybody fool you. And so, Mr. Speaker, I again support this amendment to the Act to put us in the position where we as a people are able to control our destiny and sustain ourselves socially and economically. The two must go hand in hand in order for us to have a working and a smooth and efficient running of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member, Honorable Flax-Charles, for her contributions. Is there any other member wishing to speak before I call on the move of the motion to wrap up the debate? I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to apologize for being late, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think today is a good day when it comes to this gaming and betting amendment that we have here in front of us. Mr. Speaker, every time you walk out through a door, you're gambling. You're gambling your life, because you never know what could happen once you walk through that door. When you're walking along the road, Mr. Speaker, gambling. But I don't want to use the word gambling, Mr. Speaker. I use the word gaming. Sometimes when you call something by a name, it sticks. Sometimes you have a stigma behind it. The word gambling, people don't like to hate. So let's say gaming, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of organizations around here that do gaming. Even the churches. They play domino, they play, you know, it doesn't have to be, it means for funds or for money. But I sure at times there are a lot of charities that raise funds doing that same thing. I think at, it's not Nanny here, one of those places, they have a, it's not a poker night, one of them kind of nights, they play a bingo night. And they raise funds and they contribute to different places, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we have to realize that times have changed. We cannot continue staying behind, like my good friend said, a banana tree, hiding behind a banana tree, wanting things to be done. You can't want more and do less, Mr. Speaker. We hear saying that we want this, we want that, we want to change things. Once there are rules and regulations that are put in place to guide us, and we follow the rules and regulations, there's nothing wrong. In this bill, there's also a committee formed, a regulation committee in what's not formed to regulate and to hold each entity accountable for whatever is being taking place. Alcohol, you should run alcohol moonshine. It was a crime to run moonshine. Now alcohol is one of the biggest sellers. I think it was a crime to even, it still is, carry cigarettes into different countries and what's not. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of things that are crime, but there are regulations that put in place to guide these things. And once we put regulations in place to guide them, that's what we have to work after. Mr. Speaker, with this gaming betting legislation, we could do so much more for the places that we need to fulfill. Education, sports, health. We could target these funds to those places. And we already started doing that in certain places, certain laws that we pass here in this House. And this is one of them as well. We have put in place some of the funding, if I'm wrong, I'll be corrected, but it goes to certain entities in government, like sports, Mr. Speaker. And you can imagine you have a horse race track down there that we need to get out there. This will help improve that track, Mr. Speaker. The government cannot afford to maintain the horse track that we have down there, much less rent the land. So we have to start thinking on things that will help enhance what we have. We're losing money right now. The fact that that track is down there, not fixed. The country's not bringing money into horse racing. There are a lot of people who have horses, can't raise the horse because government does not have the funding to have a proper track. This would allow people who's interested in coming here and open up the horse track and having provincial betting go on. And in that way, you control the betting as well. You won't see some of the honorable members who might go and bet on the side, stick their hand in the pocket and pass it to this one and say, well, bet this for me, because it's illegal, Mr. Speaker. You won't see, some people decide that, hey, betting is wrong. But betting is wrong. I mean, everybody bet. What's a friendly wager between the Premier and myself? During the same basketball game, with Eastern playing against the Western team, I sure the Premier and the Minister of Education had a little bit on the side. I think the Premier came off on top. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to realize that the tide has shifted. And we have to move with that tide, not move against it. We have to start doing things together as a government and as the opposition if we want to improve the livelihood of the people of the Virgin Islands. We cannot continue looking across the aisle and say, because it wasn't my idea, it wasn't your idea, it can't work. We have to start sitting down and coming up with ideas together collectively, Mr. Speaker. We are losing these beautiful Virgin Islands to ourselves because we keep fighting against each other. So we're going to continue to lose till somebody come and take it over from us, Mr. Speaker. Some of them want to stop what we're trying to do because they realize that we're moving in the right direction. So they're going to try to slow us down. But they're going to try to slow us down through each other. But they're going to still try to make us turn against each other, Mr. Speaker. So we need to wake up. Wake up and see what's going on around us. We're being put to fight against each other, Mr. Speaker. Because they don't want to see us amount to nothing. We're moving too fast in their eyes. So we need to stop all this fighting, all this name calling, all this, because I bring it. If you have an idea, bring it. Bring the idea. Don't talk about it. Bring it and share it, Mr. Speaker. That's what we need to do. Bring that idea and share it with each other so that we can make it better. It don't matter who bring it. It doesn't matter. But once we work together in unity to move this country forward, that's what we have to do. Mr. Speaker, I'm not shying away from the bill. But I had to say that, Mr. Speaker, because it's more than one time I see that we come here and we sit down and we say who bring this and who bring this before and who didn't bring this. We need to stop and we need to get away from it. If something is good, it is good. If it is bad, it is bad. But if you say it's bad, come with an idea how to fix it. Don't just say it's bad. Come and bring your ideas to the table. Let us work to get it fixed. We need to stop. We need to stop now. If you see something wrong with this bill, say it. But when you say it, ask to come with a solution. Don't just say it's bad. Come with a solution. And that's what we need to start doing. I listened to my honorable member for the 7th district came here and said that we need to start coming here and having proper debates, discussions on how we're going to make this place better. And that's what we need to start doing. We cannot continue coming to this house fighting each other down, fighting things that we bring. So if you know you have something that you see could enhance this bill, don't wait till you go through the door and then go on the news and start saying, oh, then bring this act here, this, that. No. Let's stop. Here's where we do the work for the people, and here we're supposed to come and change and fix whatever needs to be fixed. Don't wait till you go through the door and start telling the news, well, then bring this bill here, even wasn't right, this was missing. Fix it now. Fix it now, Mr. Speaker. We have to stop. I made up my mind that in this honorable house, I'm not going to come in and scream and shout after no one anymore, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to come and speak, and I'm going to speak in a manner that it does not sound as if I'm picking on anyone, because I'm not. But sometimes it hurts to know that when you come in here, you're trying to get something done. You know, there's a fight. Every last one of us coming here because we want to make it better for the people of the Virgin Islands. So why fight? Why are we working the way that we are working? Why are we behaving the way we are behaving? We all want the same thing. So why we cannot come and be on common grounds, Mr. Speaker? Because of power? Power? And become a leader? Leadership comes. You don't just get it so it comes. It goes with you. You get it. So don't try to think that anyone could come and get power because you say, I feel I'm ready for leadership. No, it doesn't work that way. The people are going to choose you when a time comes to lead, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to continue to bring bills like such as this, where we could build the economy, and we could start to improve a lot of the infrastructure areas that we have, Mr. Speaker. These will be monies that we have here already that we don't see. We have all kind of gaming going on in the BVI. What's up? Tickets. St. Thomas ticket, Puerto Rico tickets. And whoever wants to believe as if they don't know it's there, stop lying to yourself. Because we know it's there. It's there a long time. We know. But it's not regulated. But here now we come with something that we want to regulate, Mr. Speaker. We control this. And all those there who want to be there playing the game and have to come through this. You know, so it's not that we bring in something that's not here already, but we're trying to regulate it. And we're trying to get what is just for us. At this point, we're getting nothing. Once we put things in place that will help people who do from like locals who want to go and bet in the game, you put a restriction that yes, you may be able to go and bet, but there's a limitation, especially when it comes to the casinos. In St. Martin, other places, locals can only gamble or only go game on the weekends. They cannot go in there during the week. So things like that are sure we have to look at. How that we control our people. Okay, you don't want to hurt them either. So we do have to put things in place, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure that they are ready. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to stay much longer because this is not other business, so I don't want to continue speaking any further. But like I said, Mr. Speaker, we need to come together as a whole and start bringing stuff to this house. And if we see things that are not going right or things that seem to be wrong and you have a better idea, bring it to the house. Let's discuss it. Don't wait till we go on a talk show or radio show and start saying, that's what we're here for. We came here to do that. We didn't came here to go out take things from here, what song, this is how it was. So that's all I'm asking for, is for us to just continue to work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member for his contribution. With no other member wishing to participate in the debate, I call upon the mover of the motion, the Leader of Government Business, to wrap up the debate.
Mr. Speaker, for this fruitful debate. Mr. Speaker, this would be known as a controversial topic in some quarters, but Mr. Speaker, I want to state as I close this debate that depending on how you look at this, even from a religious standpoint, you'll be against it. But Mr. Speaker, I remember when I introduced this bill in 2020. I didn't know about it in 2018. I wasn't in the government then, as I heard alluded to. But in 2020, and I appreciate the remarks. I really don't take the remarks when someone debates something against as that they really mean negative. They're debating passionately based on their point of view of how they see the situation. Mr. Speaker, I again have to say something that I know I risk being ridiculed, but I study the sciences in terms of maths and engineering and all those areas. So I don't want, when I say I study sciences, it be taken out of context, because I have some media around here nowadays. They don't do no research at all. They just take anything you say and they just carry the wrong place. Especially if it comes out of this government's mouth, even if it was said in the right context. It seems to be just the way that they're performing now. I don't know if they're assigned by someone. Some of them, not all. So I look at things through an analytic mind. And I don't look at things through the regular way, the regular way that most persons would conclude things. And it usually gets me in some difficult situations, because once you're not thinking like everyone else, sometimes you get in trouble. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I have a diverse group, and sometimes they ask me how we're going to handle this or the other, and I like all of them, because I realize you can't control people's thoughts. You could try to guide them with their actions, but you can't control their thoughts for sure. But you could try to guide their actions. Mr. Speaker, is about fulfilling purpose. And whenever I look at this topic, I look at it in a couple veins. First of all, some people will be saying whether they're disappointed that this bill has come, and I respect that. Some people are even going to preach some sermons on it too. I could only hear some of them now, some well-intended, some others. But when I look at Isaiah 45:3, it says, and I quote or paraphrase, and I will give thee the treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places, that thou mayest know that I, Lord, which called thee by thy name, am God of Israel. And Mr. Speaker, whenever I read that passage, I ask, what's those treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places? And I ask again, when there's a drug bust, do they burn the drugs after? The answer is yes. But do law enforcement, especially the police here, burn the money? I've never seen them burn the money. I see them burn the drugs. So the question is the money bad? Or is the methodology to get the money is what's in question? So when I read that now, I recognize that in any country, they take the money and they deposit it. Well, here they're supposed to deposit it in the bank through the financial secretary. But is the money bad? And are you telling me that once we seize the money, all of a sudden the money becomes good? And then we could use it to build schools, help homeless. So that is a clear where I see in my mindset where Isaiah 45:3 comes in. He gives us the treasures of darkness. It came out of certain places of darkness in terms of the richness of the riches. But at the end of the day, the same God that we try to, all of us, try to figure out, which I can't figure out, I admit, for me, allow it to come to the hands of the law so that that money can now be used to help the state to build schools and build senior citizens' home and help with different areas. Because if you look at things absolute, that means that when the drug bonds get burnt, then you have to burn the money. Because you'll have to say that the drug's bad and the money bad. If you look at things in an absolute form. Even when they ask about Caesar, the Lord about certain things, he said, Jesus asked them, whom face is on the coin? They responded, Caesar. So he said, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Give unto God what is God. But what about all the illegal gaming? Now, some of the theologians flip their script on me, and I know. But that's why I tell people as premier, I only go certain places, because I realize to fix this country so that the common persons who are struggling, and although they have it, that you think that you're not trying to help them, you're trying to get it out of the grasp for those who had it for years and try and keep it for themselves. And that's why they're spying on other persons to see if they could move this government, because they know what they have as their intention, not knowing that it's still going to come true if they use others who have other intentions to help them. But I want to help this territory with something, and then we could debate this for years. We are in the middle of preparation, serious preparation, many hours of meetings where persons don't see. The Anti-Money Laundering Committee, in preparation for the territory's 2022 CFATF mutual evaluation. This country in the middle of this. It got put off. Again, another thing that I inherit with this government that we're working on. Trying to make sure we could move forward because there's so many things. So make sure to don't be on the blacklist like other countries are trying. So we're working hard to get ready for the 2022 CFATF mutual evaluation. And we must ensure, this is one of the things that we are told, we must ensure that immediate actions are taken to address long outstanding deficiencies. And it must be done now. What's one of the long outstanding deficiencies? Let's bring everything to light, because sometimes you come here, you speak certain things, you hold back certain things, and then when you look, you see the articles go out in certain areas, putting the government in a bad light, although that's not what we are saying. But let me bring something to light. The last time we were evaluated to this magnitude, and we passed. You know how we passed? I wasn't in the government then. We passed by taking the evaluators and storing them up in a hotel and making sure that we took them around in terms of the country and don't let them see all what was happening, and we passed. If they had dared take a taxi and went by the bank, back then, they'd have see how much gaming and betting going on. If they had only take a taxi. But we were so smart at that time, and we got smarter, but they get smarter too. that we make sure that we kept we even had persons sleeping in a hotel by them to make sure that they went certain places. Yeah. But we can't do that no more. We can't hide. You know, take fire alone, you know, put out there. We can't hide about it. We right now have, and we notice, every one of us sitting down in here notice that if we do not correct this, we're going to get blacklisted. Not maybe we will. And if we try to correct it, we may not. So let's take a chance with me. If I take any one of you right now, stop this proceeding, stop whatever anybody doing, even those who are there listening to me now who are angry, stop what you're doing. And I could tell you the places where to go and you'll find it going on right now, and I could go from West End to East End and you could go there and they ain't running when you come neither. So you ain't got to worry, we can be right there sitting down. There are different branches of them in the same area. Things so good that some of them open different branches. You don't have to ask nobody or get a GPS to find where to buy a lottery ticket in this country. You don't have to ask nobody or get a GPS to find where to get a palais in this country. When you even could call them to come in, they deliver into you. And what is government getting out of all of this? Zero. And millions of dollars, as the Junior Minister for Trade said, going through the door. Literally, we getting nothing. Caesar has to get what is Caesar's. I don't gamble at all. I grew up in a family who are gambling, but I don't gamble. I personally don't believe in it. But I'm not letting that money get away from here anymore. Give Caesar what is his and let's regulate it, and regulate it soundly so there's no money laundering, so that there's no impropriety happening, and regulate it and get what is ours, and what is being done illegally, shut it down. We can't be living a lie. We know it going on. And it's going on, and we know that right now, as it is, it was illegal. So when we come in here giving stories of what happened when we open it, that sounds good, but it don't open. Man, I know people, I will walk when a fellow here someday come down from my building, when I look here on the phone, either tell them, hold a 6 for me. And by the time he done say, hold a 6 for me, he tell them where he was before. I look, it was like the person had Federal Express themselves. They come right down a corner and give him the 6. Let's don't pretend like we know what's happening. Some of the stores you're going, they ticket them on a clothesline there with a clothespin on them straight across. You go in your shop for it like you're taking up a piece of a pants or a shirt. I'm not saying that person who are not in this supposed to get into it, but where's all this money going? So we either do one or two things. Let's stop playing around with it. We either going to do one or two things as a country. We either shut all of them down and lock all of them up, which is quite a bit. So we better have a big jail cell. It's only one or two choices that we don't play around with it, with this assessment we're coming up. We either shut all of them down and lock all of them up, or you go and you do what we're doing, put the regulations in place with how it's going to operate legally, and get what is yours and make sure that it's properly regulated so it doesn't encourage any negative behaviors. And then you could shut down anybody who operates outside of those regulations. But if you want, let's just make up as a house during the committee stage which one we're going to do. That we don't play around with this. In the committee stage, since we're so passionate about it, whatever we decide as a committee, I'll do. If you want to change the amendment to say that we're going to close down every single place that's selling a ticket or a palais or whatever they're doing, let us do it. As we say in the betting, put your money where your mouth is, and bring the amendment to let us shut down everything and put everybody that's doing it in the jail or pay a fine. It sounds harsh, but if you leave them unregulated and we get assessed next year, we're going to be blacklisted. Because they exist, and we all know that they exist. So what are you going to do now? So if we're going to make sure we operate in a legal way and put the regulations in place and have it properly regulated, because we want to make sure this machinery is properly regulated at least 6 months out. Let us do it. We already have advertised for the commission to be set up in all the different posts, and the interviews are being done now, because we can't set it up last minute, so it can't be regulated properly. We want to set up properly so that it could be regulated and assessed at least 6 months before the time for the assessment. We must get it done. If we're not going to do that, well then, we're going to go to the other option. Shut down everything, fine everybody who doing it, or jail them. It's one or two. Or legalize what you need to legalize with it, regulate it, and then if anybody operate outside of that regulations or do anything outside of that, then you fine them or arrest them. Those are the two options I put to this house today. This one here, you ain't gonna be on the fence, nobody. You're either gonna be in the river or you're gonna be on the bank. I ain't bring this legislation here for nobody to be on no fence. So if this house knows that they feel passionate that they're gonna have social ills, well, I'm ready for the amendment today to say we're going to arrest and close on everybody that's doing this, fine them or imprison them. But if we want to go down the road of the amendment, which is being proposed to say, well, all right, we're going to add in the online and make sure that that's regulated and the whole thing is regulated properly, and fine anybody who's operating outside of this, and let Caesar being government get what is theirs. But then let's do so. So those are the two options I put to the House today, Mr. Speaker. And may I add that no social ill here in this country is being swept under the rug. We're dealing with the worst pandemic in the last 100 years. And I'm not going to finish singing that song, because there are those who want it to go away. But every single country is faced with economic challenges right now. And anyone who takes COVID and make it political, Mr. Speaker, is being very, very malicious. Very, very malicious. And we can't afford for any person to be playing games with COVID. Yeah. So we want to make sure that we have this narrowed down, because alcohol right now is legal. Should it be legal, or should it be a bill brought to make alcohol illegal? It's legal already. The law says that. But that means that every one of us who are living here by a bar every night. Life is about choices. I would hope that persons don't make the choice to go and get drunk. But alcohol has its use, you know. Don't get me wrong. Everything in this world that the Lord made have its use. It's the abuse of it is what the problem comes in. And the misuse of it is what the problem comes in. But everything that the Lord made here on the earth have its use. He said it, everything I make don't call, nothing I make unclean or not good. Because he made them for a reason. The ants were crawling around have their purpose. The butterfly has its purpose. Every single thing in this world has its purpose. It's up to us to pray for the resolve not to get into anything illegal, or not to misuse, or to do the wrong things with the things of the earth. Money has its value, but you could use it wrong too. So we all have a choice. But where there's money making out of those choices in this country, we have to find either to shut it down or to make the revenue from it. That's where I stand. You won't find me anywhere. I can't go against persons who going to decide that they're going to a cockfight or to the gambling place or whatever. That's not me. I don't believe in that. That's not my lifestyle. I don't encourage it. But at the same time, though, if you're going to get into the gaming and betting and you're going to keep with it, government going to get what's theirs. And if you do not give government what is theirs, then you will have to pay the price, because we cannot allow the country to be blacklisted because you want to operate those entities illegally and the money's sources is not traceable. We don't know what is happening, where it's coming from, or whatever the case may be. Those are the problems with the industry that exists as is. So let's fix it. We just spent what we had saved trying to pay some bills. In this country, we had certain savings, we dip in it. We need more revenue. And this is not the only place we diversify the economy. This should have come long ago. We need to diversify the economy, we're doing so. You see, Mr. Speaker, what we just passed with the vaccinated persons don't have to get the permission through the portal to come through, and how we organizing that, making some more announcements on how it's going to be facilitated, so we can stimulate the economy even further and diversify it even further. Those are game changers. So, Mr. Speaker, I put it to this country that doing nothing cannot be an option. And don't be judging me for this in the wrong way. Don't judge me in the wrong way. Don't judge me at all. It's not your duty. Ask yourself, with the upcoming assessment that we have to go through in 2022 with the CFATF mutual evaluation, do we want to leave what is happening in the eyes of everyone for them to come to say, but how could you be a financial jurisdiction with this kind of activity happening right in front of everybody's eyes, and nobody is dealing with it legally or regulating it? That is what they're going to ask us. That is what they're going to ask us if we don't get these things dealt with. So doing nothing is not an option, but doing nothing guarantees us, almost guarantees us, that we're more sure to be blacklisted on that side than if we deal with it on this side. It's a tough pill to swallow, yes. But with due respect, our government want to one leg get away to get to this point. It's like the bikes. We have to decide, and we've seen a lot of better things happening with the bikes. But how in the world did these bikes get away? And I asked him that over another 7 years. Why did we allow bikes, and we want government when it happened, to come in, but we're here, and I'm not casting blame, because I also saw that in an article. I've been saying all the time, if a car comes in, it has a VIN number and a serial number. And with a serial number, it is either a dealer or someone brings it in and is registered. How did really the bikes get into the point where you don't know who have a bike and who don't have a bike, and it wasn't registered? And now we have a free-for-all with the bikes. To the point where if the police chasing a bike going up, 4 coming down, they're confused. They don't know whether to turn around and go after the 4 or keep going the road going after the 1. How we let those things happen? All those things dropping down on our lap now that we have to go and deal with. Why want bikes brought in with whatever serial number, whatever numbers they have, and make sure that once they're brought in, a dealer brings them in, like the Minister of Transportation has rightfully recommended. And once the dealer sells it, we have to know who that bike was sold to, so that it is accountable and is registered in DMV, and you could trace where these bikes are going, no matter the size, no matter the CC. People say bring bigger CC there and go wild. No, I don't agree with that. If we make sure that we properly regulate these bikes, and make sure that we can account for when the bikes come, who it is sold to, and make sure that whoever sells it knows that they have the silencer, etc. on it, and it has to be registered through DMV as part of the sale like a car, this would have been dealt with from long ago. And that is where we have to go with it. But that takes a lot of gumption to function as a government to do it. And we're going to make sure we do that and plenty more in this country. A lot of things get away in this country, and all of a sudden, everything come to this government to go fix one time that were out for years. But piece by piece, we're going to get them fixed. Maybe not all one time, for sure not all one time. But this is one of them here now. By putting the online section in, we will be able to get what revenues are due to us. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank you.
I thank the mover of the motion for his wrap-up. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled
This act may be cited
Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Members have deliberated on the short amendment to the Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Act 2021. I call upon the Premier and mover of the motion to report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and pass.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed. I call again on the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to move for the second and third reading of the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Virgin Islands Air and Seaport Act 2021. I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Air and Seaport Act 2021 be read a second time. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I'll give some other objects and reasons and also explanation, Mr. Speaker, of the bill. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank you for the opportunity to present the Virgin Islands Air and Seaport Act 2021 for second reading in this Honorable House. And the third reason also. Mr. Speaker, when your government took office, and around March 2019 thereafter, we found that many of our statutory bodies and agencies were operating in silo when they should have been operating in synergy. We recognize that the nature of the work of some of these bodies were towards the same broad common goals. But what was lacking was a harmony in how they go about performing their functions, so that if we could get them working in tandem with the left hand and the right hand working in coordination, we could achieve better efficiency and effectiveness for the benefit of the territory and for the people whom they serve and service. It is a popular topic at present, our decision to bridge this coordination gap in some of our statutory boards and agencies. This synergy is the policy position of your government, as we have sought to make clear, and this is why, at the board level, we have ensured that measures were put in place so that there could be greater consistency, coordination, and communication among the different bodies and organizations. We have seen the good sense in this approach of having our bodies and agencies working in a coordinated way, reflected in how we manage the COVID-19 global pandemic, the rebooting and re-energizing of our economy, the reopening of our borders in December 2020, and the reopening of our tourism industry, just as one example. The results may not be perfect, and nothing is ever without room for improvement. But things could have turned out a lot worse if our bodies and agencies were not working as closely as they did during the course of the pandemic. We saw the benefits of enhanced coordination in our border protection when the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, Customs and Immigrations worked together hand in glove. the BVI Tourist Board, the Airports Authority, Ports Authority, Health Authority, and a host of other agencies and departments work together to make it possible for over 40,000 persons to travel into the territory, whether for repatriation or for vacation. And again, while we cannot claim perfection, the results of them working together so closely are far better than what it could have been were they not working together. As I focus more directly on the bill and policy behind it, Mr. Speaker, on 28 May 2021, Cabinet considered a paper on the amalgamation policy for the British Virgin Islands Airport Authority and British Virgin Islands Port Authority and establishment of the Virgin Islands Air and Sea Authority as a new statutory body. In the paper, it was presented that amalgamation of the British Virgin Islands Airport Authority, BVIAA, and British Virgin Islands Ports Authority, BVIPA, into the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Authority can maintain and improve air and seaports services. Even though both the BVI Airports Authority and the BVI Ports Authority are well-functioning statutory bodies, the present era demands that they be configured to optimize. 1, the efficiency of operation. 2, the availability of a greater range of resources and expertise within the authority to the benefit of the merged BVI Airports Authority and BVI Ports Authority and the existing functions within the department in the merger. Opportunities to support investment in air and seaport infrastructure, thereby improving the transport assets of the country without recourse to public funds. Their investment in technology and 21st century business models. While collaboration between agencies is important and necessary, it is insufficient in effecting change and improving information and communication technology, ICT, infrastructure and services development, and their contribution to economic prosperity. The combined Air and Sea Airport Authority would be achieved by merging the BVI Airports Authority and BVI Ports Authority Acts to ensure equity for both companies as follows. 1, the airport that will be repealed and replaced with the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Authority Act 2021 as we have today before us. Provisions were made in this act for the establishment of a statutory corporation, namely the Virgin Islands Sea Ports and Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Authority. And 2, the BVI Ports Authority Act is to be retained with amendments inclusive of replacing BVI Ports Authority with Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Authority. The proposed policy was accepted by Cabinet. In the Cabinet process, it was acknowledged that there are benefits for synergy between the two agencies, and once merged, it should result in cost savings from the operation position of the new body. Further, no adverse legal implications were highlighted that would arise if Cabinet considered and approved the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021. The proposed act aims to establish the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Authority as a statutory corporation, to vest in the corporation the administration, the management, control, and operations of airports and seaports in the Virgin Islands, to repeal the Airports Act 2003, amend the BVI Ports Authority Act 1990 to reenact some of the provisions from both acts to transfer to and vest in the authority the assets, liabilities of the BVI Ports Authority and BVI Airports Company, and for other connected and related matters. Under the Act, the board shall consist of not less than 7, no more than 9 directors who are voting members of the board, including a chairman and deputy chairman, appointed by Cabinet for persons appearing to be qualified as having had experience of or having shown capacity in matters relating to A, airports and seaport affairs, B, industry, C, commerce, D, transportation, E, finance, F, law, G, government, and H, administration, and 3, ex officio members. The ex officio members shall be A, the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for the airports and seaports, B, the financial secretary, and C, the managing director of the authority. The minister with responsibility shall cause to be compiled and maintained in accordance with the Act and in such form as the Minister considers appropriate an interest register. Where any director has an interest in any business conducted by the authority, the director shall file a written notice in the interest register as soon as reasonably practicable after the director becomes aware that such business is being transacted. The authority shall, with the approval of Cabinet, appoint a managing director and a deputy managing director. The managing director shall, subject to the general directions of the authority, be the chief executive officer and be charged with the direction of the business of the authority, organization and the exercise, performance and discharge of its powers, duties and functions, and the administrative control of employees of the authority. There are other provisions in the Act that address administrative functions of the authority and how responsibilities may be assigned and carried out. These are pretty straightforward. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our air and seaports, your government recognizes that there are similar and overlapping functions, and therefore there is an opportunity to increase the financial efficiency and the organizational capacity if we embrace this overlap and streamline the relationship between the two bodies that manage all our ports of entry. And when we look at the context of the size of the BVI, it makes good sense and it is practical to embrace this overlap where it is possible to do this, to bring benefit to the ports and airports operations and to the people of the territory as a whole. We have looked at other models in other jurisdictions, and especially where size is a factor. And we have seen where air and seaports administration can be effective and efficient, and where it has worked by merging administrative functions. So, for instance, by merging the air and seaports authorities into one unit, there can be benefits when you have one executive team rather than two. One will be eventually cost savings. And as I say this, let me emphasize that in implementing this proposed merger, no jobs will be lost. I repeat, no jobs will be lost. And I repeat again, no jobs will be lost. There will be a need for a transition team to merge the two entities, and in the process, no jobs will be lost. When we have one board, one management team, and one management structure, we will be able to have the foundation for a shared vision for all our ports of entry. If we look at the tourism and visitor experience aspect of the services, just as one example, we can assure that there are common standards for our visitors when they come through either the air or the seaports. If we are looking at a branded experience, then there will be a consistency in the experience, which is the way it should be. It should not be that if you arrive at the airport, it is one experience, and if you come through the seaport, it is like a different destination. There should be consistency. And this consistency would come when you have a common vision, a common management structure, a common management team, and a deliberate synergy in how things are done. So with the merger, it will mean that the decision-making process for both entities on entry matters will bring synergy between customs, immigration, and police. Mr. Speaker, you can see how enhanced coordination can benefit the national security of the territory as information sharing and information access becomes streamlined, and as the development and implementation of measures become streamlined. In some areas, we will be saving officials and agencies from having to do double work. It will no longer be a case where decisions about air travel have to be taken in one place and at one time, and then the process has to be done over for the ports as if it is to reinvent the wheel. The opposite will take place. Decisions on common issues can be dealt with simultaneously, and then the outcome will be one that reflects the consistency which I spoke about. There will be one CEO who is business-oriented to run both operations efficiently and effectively, so we can get that consistency going across the breadth of the operations. Right now, we are also interviewing persons for new board members as they were advertised, so a new look for the board will come along with the legislation. And here too, it is important to point out that one of the challenges we face as a small population is where we deal with the issue of the pool of talent and resources available for board appointments. Because we hear the noise that is made when you appoint a person to one board, and then because of their area of competence or experience, some quarters object and say you should not appoint them to another board. And often the issue boils down to personalities, and not a thought is given to the expertise you are trying to bring to that team to improve the efficiency and effectiveness. Yes, there are some areas where we have an abundance of talent, and this is good. But you have some areas that require specialist training and experience, and these are the areas where you may face limitations in the size of the pool you can draw from. And this is a fact. It is a challenge that have faced all governments past and will continue to affect governments in the future. And this is not unique to small countries like the BVI. And if we are saying that we want our bodies to be owned and operated by the people of the Virgin Islands, so that their operations and their service reflect us as Virgin Islands people and our culture, then we must be rational and mature about this. We must say that there are times and circumstances where if an individual has the competencies that are being sought for more than one area, then it is not unacceptable for them to make these contributions because it is in the best interest of the organizations and the broader strategic objectives, and ultimately for the benefit of the territory, but only in those cases. As a philosophical point, Mr. Speaker, if your people are not managing and shaping our institutions, then those institutions will develop in a way that does not reflect us as a people and our society. Yes, diversity is good. Yes, we need to have a well-rounded team. Yes, there are cases where some skills, talent, and competencies have to be brought in. Yes, there are things we can learn and benefit from when we bring in persons from outside. But we have to ensure that there is balance. And we have to ensure that the things that are important to us as Virgin Islanders, and top of the list is our heritage, culture, and identity, is not lost or erased in the process. As we grow and evolve, our Virgin Island identity must be stamped on those things that are ours and that ought to reflect us. Continuing on the benefits of the proposed merger, Mr. Speaker, merger of the air and seaports is an important opportunity to share resources and competencies, and greater efficiency and effectiveness can be achieved by, for instance, having one accounts department and one human resources department, because these are common administrative functions. Additionally, when we look at the flip side, the areas where there are differences, this will not be a problem. Air Safety Support International, ASI, will continue its role at the airport in terms of civil aviation regulation, and the seaports will continue to subscribe to the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code, ISPS, and any other maritime regulatory framework that apply. We have seen how civil aviation and the maritime regulatory agencies and systems can coexist in merged organizations in other jurisdictions, so there should be no cause for alarm. Before I close, I wish to point out that this merger is a transformation exercise, and it should not be forgotten that your government is actively pursuing the transformation of the public services. We are doing the public service transformation in terms of assisting the governor's group, the governor and the deputy governor with the same broad objectives, which is to streamline the public service, boost efficiency and effectiveness, and improve service delivery. And therefore, if we are thinking about transforming the public service, it should not be wrong to look at transformation in other areas based on the same philosophy and principles. The merger of air and seaports will provide numerous benefits to our territory and to the persons who access the services of our air and seaports. I emphasize once again that there will be a transition, guided by a transition team, and in this transformation, the employees of our air and seaports can rest assured that their jobs remain safe. Mr. Speaker, I ask honorable members to support this legislation and to support our Virgin Islands as we further intensify our efforts to strengthen, diversify, and expand the Virgin Islands economy for the growth, development, security, and prosperity of our Virgin Islands and our people. May God continue to bless and protect our Virgin Islands and its people. And may He continue to guide us on the path to success and prosperity. As Mr. Speaker, this government now brings forward the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021, merging with the intention to merge the BVI Airports Authority and the BVI Ports Authority to improve and increase efficiency, effectiveness, and we repeat that no jobs will be lost in this merger, but greater efficiency, effectiveness, and financial prosperity will be realized. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I so move at the second and third reading of this bill, this act.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I'll just give some very brief remarks in support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, it's good news for the employees of the Ports Authority as well as the Airports Authority that no jobs would be lost in this merger of sorts between our airports and our seaports, and certainly to bring a higher level of coordination between those two very critical agencies is important. I sit in National Security Council and get first-hand information about how important it is for our law enforcement agencies to work together with the Joint Task Force. I myself have been in many meetings and discussions with Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, for instance, on things like fisheries management and the way that those two ministries work closely together, and actually the security aspect as well. You see the shipping registry, they have a role as well. So a lot of times we do a lot of double work because we don't sit down and speak with each other enough. As the Premier said, we work in silos. So it is important to establish that close working relationship. And one level of it is just sitting down and having these little committee meetings. But when you're managed by the same board and the same administration, certainly that will ensure that you are governed by a common vision. And that's important. So we welcome better coordination and we welcome more efficiency. But what I would want to focus more so on with my contribution, Mr. Speaker, is really our airports and our seaports have a tremendous mandate in the continued function of our economy. Our airports and our seaports play critical roles because we are a small, service-oriented economy. Now, we are small in terms of our size, with just over 30,000 person population. As we know before, we were a subsistence economy where we had to survive on a lot of the things we produced here. But these days, we rely almost completely on our airports and seaports for things to come into the BVI. Whatever it is we consume here, whatever it is in terms of what we buy, normally has to be imported through our either airports or our seaports. We're very dependent on the cargo ships coming in here and otherwise, whether you send things by mail, by air, or by sea. Mr. Speaker, tourism is also a very important part of our economy. One of our two main pillars here, a significant job creator here, and a significant source of revenue. And tourists come here by air and by sea. We have our international airport, Terence B. Lettsome, up there in the east. And we have our Virgin Gorda Airport, and I have been pleased that the Premier is making a push to see how we can get our airport runways and up there in Beef Island, as well as Virgin Gorda, extended. This is good news for our tourism product, because we'd be able to expand the range of airplanes that would be able to land there and make the job of getting to the Virgin Islands easier. And of course, we know how reliant our tourists have been over the years on the United States Virgin Islands, and the need for us to have efficient and effective ferry service from the United States Virgin Islands to the BVI to help to facilitate that very popular tourism product that we have. And of course, even as residents who have families in the United States Virgin Islands, in the United States, we have persons who have very strong connections now throughout the Caribbean chain of islands. It's important even for our own comfort, our own ease of being able to travel, that we have efficient and effectively run airports and seaports. And as we continue to develop in this 21st century, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we continue to diversify our economy. And I believe that we have to look further afield as it pertains to our Caribbean economy. I think it's important that we form more of a Caribbean economy, look towards other Caribbean islands for opportunities to be able to export and import in a way that's harmonized. And we have to as well, as Virgin Islanders who have gained a modest level of success, be able to seek opportunities elsewhere for investment. It's important for us to be able to travel in the Caribbean region and other places, seeking opportunities for investment as we move forward as an ever-expanding economy, which is the mandate that we have before us. So yes, we need efficient and effectively run airports and seaports. And while I congratulate those two entities for doing all they can to weather the storm, because COVID has been quite brutal on our airports and our seaports because of the decrease in visitors, and even some of the challenges we have over the world due to COVID because of the high cost of, the impact on the supply chain has led to some increases in costs, which have been difficult for our business people here as well. But we're going through COVID. It's been a difficult time, but just as we said with the adjustment budget that we passed last night, we're weathering the storm, Mr. Speaker. And we have to continue to weather the storm and do all that we can in order to make sure that we have airports and seaports that facilitate our economy and our people, With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I give this bill my full support, and I'm looking forward to go through it line by line in the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier Member for the 7th District for his contribution. The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. With no member catching my eyes, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make my brief contribution to the Virgin Islands Air and Seaport Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, as someone with the background that I have, I'm always happy to see anything that proposes synergy, efficiency, and creating a level of ease of operation for any entity or institution, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I went through the bill, I tried to, with my limited expertise in this particular area, try to understand what we were trying to achieve and how we were able to come to this level of synergy and efficiency. And Mr. Speaker, and it's something I've continued to say in this Honorable House, not just now, but before past administration, that I think it is important that bills such as this, so significant in terms of merging two major entities owned by the government of the Virgin Islands, had deserved an informal discussion, at least to give us the opportunity to have a conversation with the technocrats and understand how they came about this merger and all the intricacies that will be looked at in a merger of this sort, Mr. Speaker. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, we're here. And in my own layman review, there are a couple of things that I saw in terms of some potential challenges. And I'm sure that during the committee stages, we'll have the opportunity to have a more detailed and in-depth conversation on these particular issues. And I'm hopeful that we could have also some of the technocrats on the ground in terms of ports, both air and sea ports, to be able to help us to navigate through how this particular merger would work and some of the potential issues that, from our layman's point of view, we might see as issues, but might not be any issues that could be clearly discussed through the technocrats, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I heard in the Premier's initial presentation of the bill, he talked about the regulatory aspect of it, and that's one of the areas of concern that I saw in terms of the relationship with ASSE. And how are we going to, if we do this merger, how is that relationship going to work, particularly with the regulators that work with the Airport Authority, which is ASSE, and in a regime under which the ports operate, Mr. Speaker. I know there are certain requirements that ASSE requires in order to keep the facility at the airport running. I know that needs to have certain individuals with certain skill sets in order for the authority to be functioning and operational. So that level of understanding in terms of how the regulatory regime would work will be critical in terms of the initial discussion before we move forward and particularly pass this piece of legislation and bring this legislation into law. Mr. Speaker, sections 10 and 12 of the bill speaks to the power to issue debentures and debenture stocks, and the power to borrow from government. Speaker, that is something I've never seen in any of the other statutory organizations, the ability to do. So it suggests some level of privatization of the authority, because you're talking about issuing stocks and issuing shares and allowing persons to invest into these stocks and shares, and how the entity, which it'll be the Virgin Islands Air and Seaport, is going to be able to raise capital to fund its operations, and how that will work. Mr. Speaker, typically, right now, the Port Authority, if it's going to do any part of borrowing, it is done through the government of the Virgin Islands. And the government has to borrow on behalf of the Port Authority, on behalf of the Port Authority. The same goes for the Airport Authority. So I'm keen to understand, are we in the process of privatizing the ports in the BVI based on this financial structure that I've seen established in terms of the debenture stocks and issuance of the debentures, and the ability for the ports, this new entity that we're proposing, to be able to borrow from government, and the structures that I'm seeing here proposed is something that we need to have a more in-depth conversation and discussion on, which I'm hopeful in the committee stage we'll have that opportunity, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of other things in here that I think we need to look keenly at, but those two pretty much stuck out. As I say, anywhere where we could create efficiencies in the systems, create a better experience, particularly for our residents, and particularly BVI as a tourism destination. And you need to have a more uniform and unified experience. I'm all for it, but we have to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that while we do, we make sure we maintain the integrity of the institutions in terms of the process that we move forward with. So on the face of it, and conceptually, I have no issue with the approach, but as they say, the devil's in the details. And I think that it's important for us to have that level of discussion concerning the details with the technocrats, with the attorneys who have drafted the bill. But I believe that we need to have the technocrats present so we could ask the poignant and detailed question concerning how this amalgamated organization would function. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Premier mention as well, the issue of no jobs will be lost, and we'll have one executive team. So I'm keen to figure out how that would work as well, because you're talking about two CEOs who are paid at the CEO level, deputies are paid at that same level. Are we going to cut salaries? Are we going to cut the different administrative salaries that is being paid at each level of each organization? How would that work? What is to be expected for these employees? I think all those questions are important when we are asked to pass piece of legislation in the bill, because it has implications not just for the organizations, the employees, and the entire territory in terms of the efficiency and the functioning of these particular entities, and the liability, the potential liability that it poses for the central government, which is the people. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to, again, as I say, a more in-depth conversation on this particular piece of legislation. I'm keen to understand how this issue of the debentures and the financing structures that are being proposed, how that's going to work within the government system. Is this a step in terms of privatization? If not, we need to have a clear conversation on what is our approach in terms of this whole financial structure that's being proposed in this particular piece of legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, for now, I'll rest there until we have a more detailed conversation in the committee stages. I thank you.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his contributions. The floor remains open on the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021. With no other member wishing to speak, I call upon the mover of the motion, the Honorable Premier, to wrap up the debate.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone for their input. But Mr. Speaker, it's been a healthy debate. But Mr. Speaker, I need to put a few things in perspective. I have to respect all the views, but calling in the managing director of any of them, asking them how this merger is going to work, that's not a call for them. That's a policy decision by the sitting government. And in a time where we're trying to do more with less, you're not going to find everyone who agrees with a merger. But it makes financial sense, it makes efficiency sense, effectiveness sense. And also when you analyze it, Mr. Speaker, the analysis has, and continues even more greater analysis have been done and all the kinks have been worked out because we're still a fair way before it happens. The passing of this bill doesn't make it happen at all. We still have to rescind some legislation and do certain things while we are doing this. We're still months off, so I wouldn't frighten anyone. Wouldn't attempt to be trying to frighten anyone. We had a first reading of this quite a while ago. And in the first reading of it, it was left there on the table. And anyone could ask any question at that time. I don't know the depth of how persons have looked at the bill because it sounds like a good news bite to put out there that we are privatizing the BVI Airports and Ports Authority when they merge, but that's not so. And when I read through the bill, I was checking to see if it was the same bill I was reading, Mr. Speaker, because that doesn't reflect what it is at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like also to see, when we go through the bill, and hear more from the leader of the opposition, how he was able to derive to that conclusion based on what I've been reading through with the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of all the regulatory sections, those are going to remain the same. ASSI is a regulator for the airport, and the ISPS code is one that has to be recognized by the ports and adhere to with all the rules, regulations, and measures to maintain the ports, even as we strive for our upcoming assessment to make sure that we maintain a Category 1 status. Even in the middle of COVID, they have to make sure that they continue to do what they have to do to pass these inspections. Mr. Speaker, I think for too long in this country, we get comfortable doing things one way. And when we continue to do them that way, there's always more resistance to, I call it transformation, than there is support for it. I agree we have to answer the questions, Mr. Speaker, but there's nowhere in this bill could I understand or comprehend, so I can't even address it, that we are trying to privatize anything or to give away the people's companies. I can't get to comprehend. I have to read about the bill again. It doesn't ring a bell to me what I read. So if it's slipping there sometime since I read it, we'll have it addressed to make sure that that fare, if it exists, is eliminated, but I'm still here trying to read it through and I'm at a loss. So I don't know if is it that the leader of the opposition just read the bill just now and flipped through it and saw it, the word, and then brought it to light. But if it is more then that we will see during the committee stage. But we have no intentions of giving away the people's ports and the airports like that at all. And I have to address that because I can hear the news headlines now, and I can see them. It's a well-placed shot. And Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that as I learn listening to a few old people in my village, even more and more I lead, I recognize what one older gentleman at place in Caribbean named CNN told me. He said, a lie have speed, but truth have endurance. So we're going to keep with the endurance today, and by the time we come out of the committee stage, we're going to make sure that the truth comes out with endurance, and whatever needs to be adjusted is adjusted, but forward we must go. I cannot stand here and say that every single worker in need of airports or the Ports Authority, whether in the managing or other sections, is for this. But the numbers is showing it. And also, Mr. Speaker, it makes perfect sense. The structure too, Mr. Speaker, is in it overall one CEO with the two managing directors over the entity. It's nothing new. How many ministries we have seen with two PSs with one umbrella structure on top? And clear demarcation of what either side is doing, but still feeding into the one funnel of leadership. And Mr. Speaker, we are doing too many things in this country in government in silos. You go one part of government, you hear one thing. You go to another part of government, you hear another. You go to one statutory board, you hear one thing. You go to another statutory board, you hear another. And it's one BVI. We have to come to the realization that we cannot operate our systems, for the most part, like how we were operating them for many years in its totality. Some of the things can still function, but we are a growing country and we have to continue to evolve. And this is not new throughout the world, to have the seaport and the airports together. In our research, most of the Caribbean islands have already gone here. And you can have, as people retire to, with a projection and leave, yes, certain positions will never be filled again because you'll be able to manage the size of the organization through that and make sure that no one loses their job when this merger is happening. So this is not only a financial move, it's one for efficiency and one for more effectiveness and one to show that we are further strengthening our ability to operate and function with great wisdom in the 21st century and beyond. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say it clearly that this is a step in the right direction. I am ready to answer any question, and rightfully so, that any member of this House would have, whether leader, opposition, or any member, I'm willing to answer. But I want to be redundant, calling persons to find out how it will work and if they agree with it for a policy decision, Mr. Speaker, is a fair stretch. A fair stretch. Mr. Speaker, if it is a legislation dealing with amendment to a specific entity, If it were ports and we were amending the Ports Act, yes. If it was the airport and we were amending the Airports Act, yes. And we've asked views. We've gotten many different views about the merger from the two different entities. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we cannot run the country just waiting on the views of persons. If you want to lead, you have to listen, you have to be respectful, you have to make some of the opinions count and some will not. But I think it was one politician who was famous for saying, I think it was Conrad Maduro, Honorable Conrad Maduro, you can't have the tail wagging the dog. It doesn't work. And Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that we operate in the best interests of the public. And this, Mr. Speaker, is in the best interest of the public. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm interested in going through it line by line, clause by clause, so that whatever concerns persons have, we can have it answered. But we have to keep moving in one direction, which is forward. And may I say to anyone who has fears about this, this transition is going to take some time. It will not happen overnight, but you can't start the transition if you don't have something passed. So it's a transition of a merger, Mr. Speaker, and all the parameters of how it will operate, everyone will know and get to know more of, because there'll be teeth and pains with the merger. But one thing I want to say clearly to anyone that's listening, two things, if you can take away from this, in this respect, no one will lose their jobs in the merger. And second of all, this government has no intention of privatizing and releasing the companies into foreign hands, as you could hear it now, or into foreign investors, or into, that's not what this bill is about. And if it's read that way in any way, we will look at it and make sure the language is clear in the committee stage. So those are the two takeaways that I want to make abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker. So I'm glad that they came up. But other than that, this, Mr. Speaker, in this respect, the takeaways are very clear. We're going to improve the efficiency, the professionalism, the effectiveness, and also, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be able to increase our financial standings overall, rather than having the two entities duplicating efforts. We're going to ensure that the Human Resources Department is one human resource department. We're going to make sure the Accounts Department is one Accounts Department. We want to make sure the security staff is one security staff. It's not hard. All through the world, they have merged now firefighters as EMTs. When they were doing it, if you check the history, there were those who were saying, I don't want a firefighter to come to pick me up if there's an emergency, because they're not a nurse or a doctor. Not understanding there are certain things you do in emergencies that you could train persons with that. Today, years later, it's a thing of the past. No one even worries about that. You have persons who are EMTs and also fire officers. We cannot be afraid to transform. We cannot be afraid to make the different steps to continue to build our Virgin Islands even stronger than ever and build on the foundations of our foreparents. But I welcome all the debate, the contents of the debate. I find them to be very fruitful. But I want to make sure that it's clear the position of this government in some areas, so that we can manage expectations in the middle of this merger and so that we can manage expectations as we go through this bill. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I delightfully and deliciously say thanks everyone for the debate, and I move that we go in the committee stage to go through this word by word, clause by clause, page by page, breadth by breadth. Thank you.
I thank the Premier for his wrap-up. Leader of the Opposition, for what reason do you seek recognition?
A point of clarification, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure that I was clear. The Premier said in his wrap-up, he made a comment that calling persons to agree, whether they agree or not, and that was never my suggestion. That was never what I said, so I want the record to reflect that I didn't say that. That my concern was ensure we have technical details to discuss. It's important that we have the viewpoint of the technical people if we're discussing technical details. And that was my position. I just want the record to reflect that, and not that I was asking for persons to come here and not whether they agree with anything or not. Thank you.
Thanks for your information. Thank you, Premier, again for wrapping up. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Sea and Ports Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, this bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. Resumes its sitting. Honorable members have deliberated for hours on the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021. I now call on the Honorable Premier, the mover of the motion, to report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has been quite a long day in this honorable House, making sure that we pass legislation to help us to continue to diversify economy and also to modernize some of our structures and some of the statutory bodies. So I'm pleased to rise here tonight, Mr. Speaker, and said that I beg to report that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Air and Seaport Act 2021 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021 be read a third time and passed as amended, and I want to assure everyone in the BVI Airports Authority and Ports Authority that this will not come into force right away because there's a lot of logistics to work out. So please do not worry, and no one will be losing their jobs, but we'll be able to sit with them and go through the whole logistics of it with the technical team that will be dealing with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is passed as amended. I therefore call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. With that said, honorable members, we will recess the House until sometime in early October. I don't have a date yet, but we will inform members in the appropriate time or at the appropriate time so members could be here as we continue the 12th sitting. This honorable House now stands in recess until further notice.